No sense of sound. No smell of air. Breathless. I drifted among faceless shapes, without a clear distinction of form. Blinded. Until someone or something made me soar. Higher and higher still I went. That is all I can remember.
I don't believe you. Now sit down. I'm sorry, but you can't leave until you tell me. Where are you from? And what is it that you seek in the colonies?
I was raised in the West. I'm visiting the colonies in search of my roots.
Do you or do you not swear allegiance to the Lord Protector as a servant of his protectorate?
Yes, I am a servant of the Protectorate. Aren't you?
The Protectorate does not own us. The colonies may be inside her sphere of influence, but its people are not. You, on the other hand, were wearing their uniform. The bright blue fabric, the golden stitching. It tells me that you are part of the crew on one of their ships, probably a merchant vessel. The embroidery even says that you are the captain of that ship. Impressive. But what happened to your ship, Captain?
I'm sorry, I'm getting really tired. I'd like to take some rest. We can talk later.
Are you trying to buy time? That's not going to work.
First, tell me who you are.
I am the Rani, and you can address me as such. Now, is this journal yours?
Where did you get that? Who gave that to you?
It says Devon Rensburg inside. Is that you?
All right, I'm Devon Rensburg. And yes, that is mine.
I already know it's yours. I'll give it back to you. once you've enlightened me on its contents. Now read it for me. And remember, I expect the truth. Again, where are you from? And what is it that you seek in the colonies?
Fine. I'll give you the long version. It's not like I have any choice. I come from the West, born here in the colonies, but raised in the capital of the Protectorate's homeland, a city that never felt like home. I never connected with its people. I was always the outsider. So I decided to leave that place, in search of my roots. I had heard about someone in the harbour recruiting men for a merchant ship sailing to the east. It was a standard trading mission along the Indigo route. I had never worked on a ship before, but enlisting in the merchant navy was the only way for me to acquire passage across the sea. So that's what I did. The recruiter, Aaron Ludlow was his name, took me in a rowing boat out of the harbour, and there she was, his lordship's vessel, Herald.
By God, Ludlow, have you read this?
No, sir, I haven't.
Your people seem to be causing a lot of unrest in the colonies lately.
My people, sir?
Well, you know.
I don't know, sir.
The indigo farmers, they claim the trade does not benefit them enough. They accuse the Lord Protector of abuse of power and demand fairer wages. The local regent has yet to respond, but I fear he will cave in to the pressure.
Is that why we have the politician on board?
Yes, Senator Morton is the regent's brother-in-law, and he's going to help him with the complex politics of this affair. He's also accompanying the regent's daughter safely back to the colonies. Remember to treat both of them with respect.
Sir.
Is there anything else you brought from shore?
Well, apart from the new recruit, a letter, sir, addressed to Senator Morton.
Well, what are you waiting for? Give it to me.
But, sir, it's not your...
My ship, my rules, Ludlow. You know this. Besides, I don't think Mr. Morton has anything to hide from me. He better not.
May I remind you he is a Protectorate official, sir?
And so am I. You there. What do you think, boy? Should I open the letter or not?
Me? Sorry, sir, I didn't...
This is Devon, sir, the new recruit that I picked up in the harbour. Says he wants to work as a sailor aboard the Herald.
Devon Rensburg, sir. Pleased to meet you, Captain.
Captain Cornelius Hendricks. Nice to have you aboard the Herald. Rensburg. I assume you understand that there are rules here. Officer Ludlow will give you the lowdown on them during your tour of the ship.
Sir, I have other.
But first, Ludlow, I'd like you to find Senator Morton and send him here. I need to talk to him about this letter of his. Be quick about it. I'll send Rensburg off to you in a moment.
Yes, sir. Be sure to see me on deck, Devon.
So then, Rensburg, I take it you must be returning home to your family?
Yes, I am, sir. It feels strange to say that, though, since I don't really remember my family. I was adopted. I know my father is a Protectorian, and my mother is originally from the colonies. It won't be easy to find them. That's why I'm writing everything that might help me with my search down in my journal.
Yes. Yes, I see. Well, you should look at my globe then, Rensburg. As you see, the colonies are very big. You should write it in your journal. Well, off you go to your tour of the ship. Have a nice evening.
There was a globe in the room. The ornate rooster on top stretched his wings out over the world, as if protecting it. Looking at the display cabinet, I wondered what his collection of exotic and antique weapons said about the captain's character. The captain's newspaper lay open on his desk. Colony unrest, it said. The rest was too difficult to read from a distance. The paper stand on the captain's desk was filled with letters stamped with a protectorate seal. Cornelis Hendricks seemed to be an important man. The captain's cabin was one of the few places on the ship with a heater. The crew didn't have such luxuries at all. There was a globe in the room. The captain's newspaper.
Oh, well, I would assume he's reading your letter right now, Mr. Morton.
I sincerely hope you're joking.
No, on the contrary, sir. At sea, the captain makes his own rules. As far as I can tell, our captain is king on the Herald, sir. The crew his loyal subjects.
Officer, there are several reasons why the people got rid of the king back in the day. This is precisely the sort of thing that led us to abolish the monarchy. I'm going to have a word with Captain Hendricks now. Please carry on.
Not one, but two large ornate compasses stood on the poop deck near the ship's wheel. Protectorate design seems to favor perfect symmetry. I was quite often tempted to take over the wheel and sail us on a random course towards adventure, but that wouldn't have been a smart move. So many lines and ropes that were going literally everywhere. I still can't comprehend how most sailors I met on the Herald knew the function and name of all of them. The bilge pump on the weather deck was used every day. Even in good weather, some water tends to end up below decks. Looking through the grate, I could see the gun deck below. A brass sign forbade anyone but passengers and officers to enter the deck house. It appeared to have been placed quite recently. The Herald was equipped with many lifebelts. This relatively new invention can save people that have fallen into the ocean from drowning. However, if you get swept away by the current, even a lifebelt won't help. There was one particular corner on the main deck where the captain couldn't see you from the poop or front deck. Littered with boxes, barrels and sacks, it provided cover for those in a bit of a lazy mood. All day long you could hear the chickens cackle. Though the meat was reserved for friends of the captain, their eggs were a special treat for the crew at weekends. The capstan is a rotating device that is used to apply force to ropes, cables and hawsers. But I've heard that some captains tie disobedient sailors to it, with their arms and legs spread across the levers. The Herald's figurehead had impressed me when I first saw it, but standing on deck, I sometimes forgot that it was even there. Taking a short break to get water from the scuttlebutt was usually just an excuse to congregate with fellow sailors. I was wise enough not to stretch this privilege, not wanting the captain getting cranky with me. As strapping as sailors come, even they can't lift most cargo without the use of a dolly winch.
That, Devon, was Senator Lewis Morton. Did you see the look on his face when I told him the captain opened his letter? Pure agony. He would have found out sooner or later anyway. People have a hard time adjusting to life outside the capital. On the open sea, the rules tend to change, but customs don't change with them. Mr. Morton is a prime example of that, and you will probably experience the same. The trick, though, is to accept change. It's something that people like Morton will never understand. But you might.
If there's anything I want, then it's change. To finally be able to do things differently for a while. I'm done with the old rules.
There's a reason I picked you from the lot. I rarely choose anybody who is unfit for a life at sea. Now for your tour. Welcome aboard His Lordship's vessel, Herald. A Cromwellian-class Protectorate clipper launched in 1851. As one of the fastest sailing ships in the mercantile fleet, she can reach a top speed of 18 knots. During her short life, she has already set multiple records sailing to the colonies and back along the famous Indigo route.
What records did she break?
Several speed records, of which the most important one was the race against the DeWitt-class clipper HLV Crowing. The Herald beat her by 3 days on a return voyage from the colonies to the capital. She set a record time of 78 days, 5 hours, and 16 minutes. Now let's move on to the deckhouse. The Cromwellian-class ship type is named after one of the Protectorate's founding fathers, Oliver Cromwell. These ships are merchant clippers, built with trade in mind. Making money is their sole purpose. The Herald is an indigo clipper, which means she mainly takes shipments of indigo powder to the Protectorate homeland. With this powder, we make the paint that coats the hulls of our ships, and the dye that gives the fabric of our clothes its bright blue hue.
I don't really get it. Why is blue paint so important?
You've lived in the capital, Devon. Never noticed the rooftops of its buildings or the clothes of its people? Everything has been colored blue there. The color blue touches on much that the Protectorate holds dear. And indigo is made from a plant that produces the only known blue dye that withstands heavy wear. Until anybody finds a cheaper substitute, the indigo trade remains an invaluable part of our economy.
Such an infrastructure just to create paint? There are people starving. Can't we ship more food instead?
You should not see it that way. People with money make the world go round. After all, The Protectorate is built upon free market principles that foster progress through supply and demand. Its people get paid an equal share for the work they do, and with this money they are free to do with as they wish. I am not fond of life on shore, but even I can see that the system works. For most people, at least. Now, onto the bow of the ship. We are standing on the weather deck right now, where you will work every day ensuring the safe passage to the colonies. You will be tasked with tying the knots, reefing the sails, and swabbing the decks. There will be no talking to first-class passengers, no idling around the ship at night, no begging, no fighting, no stealing, and most of all, don't get caught trespassing. Now that sounds like a lot for you to worry about, right?
I'll manage.
That's what I thought. Don't worry, it'll get tedious soon enough. Keep in mind that the dining saloon in the deckhouse is only for first-class passengers and officers during this trip. This was a special request by Senator Morton, so please steer clear from the saloon if you want to keep out of trouble. Anyone without a blue coat should just use the service stairs through this door here. Now, is there anything in particular you would like to know?
What happens if I break any of these rules?
A minor mistake usually only gets you a warning. But you are in quite some trouble if your mistake can be deemed a criminal offense. Then punishment usually consists of flogging. The number of lashes depends on the severity of the committed crime. Now just go through this door, past the officers' cabins, and you'll find the service stairs on your right-hand side. Down those stairs you'll find the crew's quarters and your bed. That concludes the tour, Devon. I hope you enjoyed it. I will have to stay out here. I'm on watch tonight. The boatswain will wake you up tomorrow morning to prepare you for the day. Good night.
But I don't want to. And take this thing back.
But Ian, it's a gift.
I don't need it. I don't need any of this.
Get out.
I didn't mean to.
Get out.
It was a peculiar place for a sink. I suspect it didn't fit in the officers' cabins. God forbid that officers have to use the same one as the rest of us. The barrels were filled with rum. I wouldn't be surprised if they were placed there on special request.
I know you are out there, and even though Mother taught me to address you properly, I know your language is different from ours. Please, hear my prayer. Listen to my heart. I'm begging you to just help me this one time. I want you to see my struggle with the life you chose for me. I feel trapped, and I see no way out. You are the only one I can turn to. Please, tell me what to do. Give me a sign.
Boxes, big and small, were everywhere on the Herald. I wondered what was inside the one on the table, but I didn't dare to open it. The playing cards, strewn everywhere, seemed to indicate that the sailors liked to play games. I preferred to write in my journal, rather than occupying myself with such silly things. The playing cards, strewn on the table stood an open bottle of wine, and there it remained for the rest of the voyage. Maybe I should have taken it to the galley to be used as vinegar. The apples reminded me of home. Looking out of the window of my small room, I used to dream about this journey while staring at the fruit trees in the garden. All the soap in the world can't get the briny smell of the sea out of a sailor's socks, let alone the other pungent odors. I'll admit I did consider trying on the blue coat, but the chance of someone noticing was too high. All crew carried luggage, some of them more than others, but nobody carried as much junk as Hjalmar Olsen. Why? I had no idea. I had dumped my own luggage above my bed. It was a huge chest, but there was barely anything in it. It was getting late. I had to go to bed.
All hands on deck. The sun is out and breakfast is served on the gun deck. You too, boy. Ian!
Oh, I'm not well, sir. It's probably the food from last night. I don't really feel like eating anything right now.
Oh, really? Well, I don't trust Andres Bangers and Mash either, but you won't make me believe that they made you sick. That would be way too convenient for you.
I'm not lying, Caleb. My stomach tells me that something's wrong.
That's Mr. Haywood to you, boy. And I know exactly what you're thinking. You heard that Ludlow was sick this morning, so you're trying to blame it on the food. Nice try, boy. Now get up and start running.
No, I won't. You can't force me. I'm going on strike.
Ha! Don't make me laugh, kid. You wouldn't last a day.
Excuse me, but I could take over the boys' duties for today, if that is necessary.
You the new guy. Rensburg, ain't it? I'm Haywood, boatswain on this here ship. If you want to help, you could report to Officer Brunswick at the helm. Needs his boy to do an errand for him. But since this wretch won't get out of bed, I don't mind you doing it. Though, if I were you, I wouldn't do no favor for that lazy kid.
No problem, Haywood. I'll get right to it.
Just follow the instructions Officer Brunswick gives you. Now, off to the helm with you.
A risque pin-up poster hung tucked between two opposing walls. It tried to sell the colonies on some sort of exotic fantasy. I have to admit that its delusions were once mine. I was quite surprised to find a flag in the drawer. I'm sure it would not have pleased the Lord Protector to see our symbol of power tucked away in a nightstand. The announcement was torn in two. Someone didn't agree.
I'm seasick again. Ugh.
I don't need them, Captain. Might I suggest we raise the studding sails to maximize our speed?
I still want to see them, Rupert. Where is that boy of yours? Get him to fetch the maps.
I haven't seen him this morning. It's possible that he's still...
Ah, good morning, Rensburg. Nice to see you up and running. Rupert, have you made the acquaintance of Devon Rensburg yet? He's our new sailor.
No, I haven't, sir. Rupert Brunswick, First Officer and Navigator. Nice to meet you.
Good. Now, Rensburg, have you by any chance seen a boy named Ian this morning?
He is ill, Captain. Not feeling well at all, he said. So I'm taking his place for today.
When is that boy going to step up his game, Rupert? He's your student. Discipline him, or I will.
I heard that more of the crew are sick today. It could very well be that they're all sick for the same reason.
Nonsense. The boy is weak. He needs to be dealt with swiftly, lest he never become a man.
I agree that Ian might be a bit weak, frail even. But a man with his gentleness is something the world might benefit from one day.
Some say you're soft, officer. But I appreciate your honesty. There is no denying that it has got you quite far in life.
Please, just leave the boy for a day. I'm sure Rensburg will do fine in his stead. Right, Rensburg?
I'll do my best, sir. What should I do first?
The captain would like to see my maps. Since Ian's not here, I'd like you to fetch them for me. My map of the European coast should be somewhere in my desk. I'll tell you a secret. I keep a spare key to my cabin in the pitcher in the officer's hallway.
The pitcher contained a spare key to Officer Brunswick's cabin. On the writing slope lay a detailed map of the African coast, the sea full of lines, markings and notes I didn't understand. Looking through the Merchant Navy's handbook, I discovered that officers are usually allowed to carry guns, but other members of the crew are not. A beautiful brass sextant was sitting on Brunswick's writing slope. I recall a teacher telling me how this complex device works, but I'll be damned if I can remember. A broken compass lay shattered inside Brunswick's desk. It was a shame to see such a delicate object destroyed. I found Brunswick's maps of the European coast inside the drawer of his desk. A painting of the night sky was hanging on the wall. The use of colours was striking. One of the paintings on Brunswick's wall was a depiction of the Battle of the final battle of the Anglo-Dutch War. One of the paintings depicted 3 white boys playing with a ball in a sunlit square. On the top shelf stood a portrait of a stern-looking man. I later learned it was Brunswick's mother. The entire bookcase was devoted to poetry. Among them were some of the most famous works by Shakespeare, Byron, and Poe. I was surprised to find Brunswick's spyglass in here. You'd think a navigator would keep that with him at all times. I found Brunswick's maps of the European...
What took you so long? Were you lost? My cabin isn't that big, you know.
I'm sorry, sir. I'll ensure that I'm faster next time.
Ian would have done such a simple task in mere seconds.
Give me the maps, Ransberg. Well, that's convenient. According to these calculations, raising the studding sails might double our speed. Ransberg, find Boatswain Haywood and ask him where he keeps his studding sails. He's probably somewhere near his workshop.
Look, Uncle! Water as far as the eye can see. Imagine how big the world must be.
Yes, dear.
The bilge pump on the...
You again. So how does your new job suit you, huh?
I'm doing fine. It's not the best work, but it's not that hard either.
Well, of course they wouldn't trust you with hard work like mine. Now would they? So, what do you want?
I was sent by the captain to get the studding sails. Do you have them?
Ah, so you're the official errand boy now, huh? Well, it just so happens I need something done.
What exactly are you talking about?
Someone's been sneaking around my workbench. The key to the weapons cache was in a different drawer than usual. So, I checked the cache and discovered I am missing a Colt 44. If the captain finds out, we'll all be held responsible. So we need to find that thing before he gets wind of it.
Why not tell the captain and let the officers sort the matter out?
You expect them to care about who did it? Even though only one gun has disappeared, we'll all get the whip for it. You've never seen the captain in a fit. He can be a brute when he believes he has to discipline his crew. I still got the gashes on my back from the last time he made an example out of us. You are new, fresh meat that needs to be tenderized in the eyes of our superiors. Now, go and find out who stole that thing, will you? And be careful what you ask people. We don't want to cause a panic now, do we?
According to Haywood, his saw had once been used by Dr. Gerrig when Sylvain, one of the sailors, got stuck between the gears of the cargo winch. Since that day, it's been a lot easier for me to tell them brothers apart, he added with a smirk. You could expect to find something as random as a drawer full of door handles from time to time. It was a workshop, after all. Old soup cans full of nuts, bolts, and nails lined the shelves around the mast. As brash a man as Haywood seemed, his violin betrayed his softer side. Many wooden crates and boxes cluttered the corners of the workshop. I had no idea what was inside of them.
Rensburg, what are you doing up here? Shouldn't you be getting those sills?
It's a bit embarrassing, sir. But I wanted to tell you that, I'm afraid of pirates. I've read the stories of what they do to sailors like us. How do the crew protect themselves from such scoundrels?
You've been scaring yourself with children's literature, Rensburg. Piracy has been dead for years. Though I have to be honest, I met a pirate once. Not very scary, just a foolish robber who thought he could earn easy money by killing people. Such savagery. But you should hurry up now and get those studding sails from the boatswain.
Came to tell me off too?
How are you feeling now, Ian?
Fine. Just let me be, will ya? I just needed some fresh air.
I don't know what's going on, but I sense you need help. Is there anything I could do for you?
Stop with the fake concerns. Who are you anyway? Did Brunswick send you to talk me around?
I'm Devon Rensburg. I'm new. Last night, when I entered the forecastle, I heard two people fighting. It was you and Officer Brunswick. What was going on in there, Ian?
I told him the truth. That I've had enough of him and his weird requests. He is everywhere I go, around every corner and in every room. I'm sick of the man. His presence alone drives me completely insane.
What weird requests? Like, really weird?
Well, on some nights, he wants me to come to his cabin. And when I do, he'll ask me to sit on the side of his bed. Then, he takes out a notebook, one that he hides for fear of others reading it. And then he forces me to listen to him reciting his corny poetry.
So, you said he hid his notebook. Do you know if he hides other things too?
Brunswick often hides his most prized possessions, like his compass, the one that he got as a present from his own mentor, Francis Beaufort. He gave me the thing as a present, but I refused. Next thing I know, it's on my pillow with a wee note telling me to be more grateful.
Well, Brunswick was right about you. You are ungrateful.
You again.
I'm doing great. I like being on the ship, and the work hasn't been that hard so far.
Well, of course they wouldn't trust you with hard work like mine. Now would they? So, what do you want?
I was sent by the...
Ah, so you're...
What exactly?
Someone's been... So, if the captain finds...
Why do I have to do this?
You think... Let me tell you something, Rensburg. You'll need allies on this ship. This is a good opportunity to prove to me what you're worth. I'm too busy right now, so I really need someone else to fix this. The crew will owe you one if you can return that gun safely to me. Now, go and find out who stole that thing, will you? And be careful what you ask people. We don't want to cause a panic now, do we?
According to Haywood, I wondered what him reading an amorous tale of the chaste loves of Peter the Long said about Caleb's love life. I imagined Haywood sitting at the sewing machine, sewing a pretty dress like a dainty old lady. You could expect to find... Old soup cans full of nuts, bolts and nails lined the shelves around the mast. As brash a man as... Many wooden crates...
Rensburg, what are you doing up here?
I have one question, sir. I'd like to know how the crew protect themselves in case of an emergency. Are we allowed to carry a gun?
Well, on most ships in the Merchant Navy, all officers are allowed to carry firearms. But I don't want that on my ship, so I asked Boatswain Haywood to keep them safe and sound inside the workshop. Whenever there is an emergency, the rules change, and the crew can bear arms, but that rarely ever happens. For as long as I have been captain on this ship, I have never carried a gun, simply because I've never needed to. But you should hurry up now, and get those studding sails from the boatswain.
Came to tell me off too?
How are you feeling?
Fine.
I don't know what's going.
Stop with the Brunswick sent.
I'm Devon Rensburg. Last night, what was going on?
I told him. He is I'm sick of.
What weird request?
Well, then, he
So,
Brunswick often hides. He gave me the.
do you know if he has a gun, Ian? One that he keeps hidden, perhaps?
A gun? I'm not sure. But I don't trust Brunswick with anything anymore. You should go to his cabin and search his bookcase. If there's anything he's hiding, it'll be there.
You had to see your face.
That's not funny, my dear.
Sorry, Uncle. I won't laugh.
What are you looking at? Leave us.
I don't see any sails, Rensburg.
I'm sorry, sir. I just wanted to ask you what happened between you and Ian last night.
Nothing, Rensburg. He's just being a pubescent boy, like always. Children his age can be very stubborn. He'll grow out of it.
You're probably right, sir.
Growing up, the boy was often difficult to handle. Why do you think he's here in the first place? It was his mother, Mary, who asked me to take him in as my protege. I care about Mary and her family, so I couldn't refuse. But now, I regret that I didn't. I tried to reason with Ian, tried to convince him that I only want to protect him from harm. He just doesn't believe me.
He sounds like a difficult person. Do you think Ian would steal if he got the chance?
What? I don't want you to judge him like that. He's a rascal, but not a criminal. Now get back to work. We're still waiting for you to bring up those sails.
On the top shelf stood a loose wallboard was cleverly hidden behind a couple of books. Behind the loose wallboard was a cleverly hidden compartment containing a single booklet. It seemed to be Brunswick's journal. Brunswick seemed to like writing rather cheesy poetry. It was Officer Brunswick's journal. Brunswick wrote about Ian in his journal. He seemed to wonder why Ian was often angry and agitated, and he was also particularly saddened by him breaking his compass. There was a poem and something about calculations on the page. Brunswick's last entry told about a hole in the wall behind one of the paintings. The entire bookcase, a painting of the night sky. The painting seemed to have been moved recently. Behind it was a small gap between the planks.
What's that? Is there someone spying on me?
No. I never knew this was here. I'm sorry?
Devon, are you snooping around? I didn't expect you to be that kind of person.
No, I'm looking for a missing gun, and I think I just found it.
Be quiet. Come into my cabin. I'll unlock the door for you.
Before you start, please listen to me, Devon. I know it's against the captain's rules and all, but some rules are there to be broken.
Are you willing to explain to me what's wrong? You seem troubled.
I'm fine, don't worry. I wasn't secretly plotting to go on a killing spree tonight. But you never know. I might change my mind.
May I ask you why you locked yourself in your cabin with a gun? I hope you were not trying to...
I'm not suicidal. It's just... It's not fair, Devon. I know the Merchant Navy Handbook from cover to cover. It clearly says that every officer is allowed to bear arms. Every officer, Devon. I'm an officer, so why don't I get to exercise my rights aboard the Herald?
Why is the right to carry a gun so important to you?
Forget the damn gun, Devon. It's not about that. I just want the captain to know that if Brunswick gives up his rights, it doesn't automatically mean that I'll give up mine as well. For some reason, I'm always expected to do as the white man does. I'm never trusted to make my own decisions. Sometimes I feel like I'm an officer in nothing but name.
You won't achieve any recognition by breaking the captain's rules. If an officer wants respect, he has to deserve it. I won't tell anybody you took the gun, but only if you return it to the weapons cache. If you do, then do it now, before the shift changes and everyone wakes up.
Ha! Caught you red-handed. Good job, Rensburg.
How dare you barge in here?
Didn't your mother teach you that stealing is wrong?
Stealing? I am exercising my rights as an officer. Now get out of my cabin.
You really think that those fancy clothes give you any rights? Now, act like you're supposed to and give that back.
Calm down, Haywood. I think it's all just a misunderstanding.
What does he need a gun for, Rensburg? It'll make people uneasy seeing him brandishing that thing.
Before I became part of this crew, I was always allowed to carry a firearm. I just don't see why I can't have one now.
I don't believe you. You're up to something. I just know it.
No, I'm not. You have to believe me. I just want to feel safe.
Ain't there other ways to protect yourself? A real man can always count on his fists.
Well, I know my way with a knife, but I don't have anything other than the cutlery from the galley to work with.
You've been sneaking around in the galley too now, have you? The nerve.
Give the gun back, Ludlow. It's not yours.
It's none of your or Haywood's business. I'm keeping it, and we'll see what happens from there. Tell the captain if you want to. I don't care.
Fine, keep the darn thing. But I'll be laughing when your back gets whipped. You come with me, Rensburg. It's time we got those sails to the captain.
Thank you for helping me yesterday.
It felt like the right thing to do.
You know, I don't even need to have a weapon with me all the time. Just knowing that I can get it from my cabin whenever I want makes me feel safer. So I wanted to thank you for it. Would you like one of Undra's butterscotch treats? They're the captain's favorite.
Did you steal those too?
Come on, Devon. You should learn to enjoy the good things in life for once and stop asking questions. They taste a lot better if you don't know anyway.
I'm sorry. I won't feel good chewing ill-gotten gains.
Ill-gotten, Devon? There are very few things that are not ill-gotten in this world. You should try going against the wave sometimes, or you'll drown sooner or later.
Everybody has been calling me Rensburg all the time. How come you're the only one that calls me Devon?
I thought you'd never ask. I need allies, Devon, and friends can provide a kind of protection that a weapon never will. Back in the capital, I picked you, and believe me, that wasn't without reason.
I don't really understand. What do you need allies for?
The captain thinks I don't know, or that's what I hope I've led him to believe. But I read his newspaper the moment I got my hands on it. Here, take a look. Without indigo to trade, the reason for our voyage has become a mystery to me.
What are you thinking?
I'm worried, Devon. There seems to be more to the Herald than meets the eye. What's going on down there?
Don't come any closer! I'll jump! I will! Just get away!
What happened? What did you do?
It was his hand that guided me. But now I need to finish it. I must.
I know life can be hard, Ian, but please don't jump. It's not worth it.
I can't live on this ship anymore. I need to get away. Somehow.
I hear you, Ian. I completely understand now. You find life on this ship hard. You never chose to be here, and you feel trapped.
You heard me? You listened to my prayer? But this is the only way. I've been shown this is the only way.
Ian, think about it. Maybe think of all this as a test to overcome your fears and look them right in the eye instead of running away.
You mean it's... Oh Lord, what have I done?
I had saved Ian from making another mistake. But none of the crew cared for the cabin boy's fate. They were all too busy tending to the esteemed navigator, who was bleeding out on the deck below us.
Well, it seems to me he had that coming.
Who exactly?
The navigator, of course. Brunswick. He was tormenting that boy. He should have known better. He should have acted like an adult.
I'm not sure. I think they were both very troubled individuals. Few things suggest that it was more than misplaced kindness that led to distrust. An error of judgment.
When somebody places his or her trust in your good judgment, you better not abuse that, or it will come back to you, Devon. In this case, Brunswick just went too far, even with all his good intentions. As a teacher and mentor, he should have known better.
Is this personal? Because I sense you feel very strongly about this.
Look, Devon, when kings take pride in their rule over others, they often become tyrants. I've seen it happen myself. It's a sort of power that corrupts good men.
Excuse me, Merirani. I'm sorry to disturb you, but there is something that demands your immediate attention.
I'll be right down. Excuse me, Devon. Please wait here and do not move. Understood? Good.
Well, I know tea. So aromatic. Not the best bed I have ever slept in. How did I end up in this again? A newspaper clipping about the accidental death of a Raja. Interesting.
Now, when did I say you could walk around while I was gone?
I'm sorry,
You don't need to answer that. Now sit down. You are still my prisoner, remember?
How long are you going to keep me here?
I'll keep you here for as long as necessary. Now tell me the rest of your story. I assume the captain must have been furious after what happened.
God, Ludlow! How could you be so stupid?
I still don't know, sir.
Don't tell me I didn't warn you 1,000,000 times! You are lucky that we are short on people with your skills, or I'd have demoted you there and then.
I'm so sorry, sir. There is no way I could describe my regret for what happened that night.
Why did you not lock your cabin when you were out?
An honest mistake, sir. It won't happen again.
It won't indeed, because I'm confiscating that weapon.
But I still have my rights as an officer.
This is my ship and... No, I'm not telling you again. You know very well what I mean.
I know, but it's just...
Your self-proclaimed privilege to walk around armed almost got an innocent man killed, Ludlow. A dear friend of mine. Was I wrong to trust you? Was I? I am an old fool. After what happened, the passengers have lost total faith in my authority. To restore that, I have decided to make you steward, Rensburg. I want the both of you to pamper our guests as much as possible. And if I hear as much as one complaint, I'm going to have to use force to correct it.
I'm not sure I understand, sir. Why me?
Without Brunswick and Ian, I can't afford to lose any more experienced sailors. You are not an experienced sailor, but you are a charismatic young man. I need a keeper of the peace who warrants a civilized atmosphere for our honored guests. I already informed our chef, Mr. Andra Aubertin, about your promotion. You will find him in the galley, where he will show you what duties a steward of the Herald has. Please leave now, both of you.
Well, congratulations. I don't know how you did it, but you did it. Got yourself a blue coat in less than a week.
You sound jealous. Are you?
No. It only took years before I got a promotion. Naturally, you get one on your 4th day. Of course, I'm jealous and amazed, but it's exactly what we need right now. Absolutely brilliant, Devon.
Care to explain how that was supposed to be brilliant?
Don't you remember what we talked about earlier? There's something strange going on aboard this ship, and you are going to find out what. Because as a steward, you will be the passengers' lackey, so you get to serve their food, rub their backs, and tuck them in at night.
Sounds like a dream job. No hard labor, just bringing dishes around and talking to people? That's it?
Nothing more, nothing less. Well, off to the galley with you. Be sure to stop by the crew's quarters first. You'll find a nice blue coat inside the cabinet there. And while you enjoy that shiny new jacket of yours, don't forget to eavesdrop on our unsuspicious victims.
The bilge pump on the web... Caleb had thoroughly scrubbed the blood from the floor, but I couldn't get the harrowing image of Brunswick lying there out of my mind. A blue steward's coat lay inside the cabinet, just like Ludlow told me. It felt strange to be its new owner.
Well, look at you. All dressed up. On your way to the galley, are you? It's through there and to the right. And between you and me, the cook is a strange feller. Don't you believe a thing he says, Ransburg.
The signing of the Treaty of Westminster is a scene widely depicted in Protectorate art. It is so revered because it represents a defining moment in the Protectorate's creation. It was not uncommon to find a pile of junk next to Haywood's workshop. People generally tried to avoid him, so they often just dumped any tools they had used next to his workshop for the bosun to find on his way out. The large tankards we drank from could be found sitting around on trays everywhere. Not very surprising, since drinking is a sailor's favorite pastime. In the corner stood a laundry basket filled with dirty napkins. I wasn't surprised, because the senator usually requested a new one after every single bite. Such wastefulness. Day-old bread was put on the table next to the galley, providing a quick snack for sailors passing by. Undra's own fondness of fresh bread usually resulted in an excess of it. The tin plates we ate off gave a metallic taste to all the food that had touched them. It couldn't be healthy. My adoptive mother once told me that a career choice is life's greatest gamble. I would say the dice are rolled earlier, for the conditions of one's birth. It seemed that many of Lewis's books were about botany and zoology. That is something I hadn't expected to discover about him. He seemed more the religious type to me. The door to the cargo hold had been locked shut when we left the capital. It would only be opened again once we finally reached the eastern colonies. Even with a blue coat, I wasn't allowed to enter the first-class cabins without a clear invitation by one of the passengers. A particularly large painting was carefully covered with a blanket. I wouldn't be surprised if it was one of those tasteful artistic nudes, like the ones my adoptive father often sold to rich upper-class men of a certain age. The clockmakers from the province of Switzerland are the finest anywhere in the Protectorate. Of course, the senator owned a particularly fancy grandfather clock of Swiss origin. A strangely shaped object stood in the corner of the gun deck. I couldn't really see what it was, but I had an inkling. The gun deck was littered with all kinds of boxes that contained Senator Morton's belongings. I took from it that Mr. Morton must be a very rich man. A lazy chair for a lazy oaf, Hayward once said about Rob's mahogany rocker. A couple of empty whiskey bottles betrayed the nature of Rob's affliction. He was a notorious drunk. Robert Stockson didn't pay as much as the first-class passengers, and there was no room for him among the crew, so he got a hammock on the gun deck. A blessing, since he snored like a bear. One day, when I was cleaning the gun deck, a letter fell out of Rob's trunk. It was addressed to a man, and in it, Rob praised his godly appearance. Yes, I was wrong to have read it.
new help has arrived. I've never seen you down here before, Devon. What have you done to deserve this sorry job?
The captain believes I'm better suited to working with people than with ships. And so do I.
Well, he gave you a blue coat and took from you a sailor's life. You are a servant now. A servant at sea, but a servant nonetheless. What does a servant do, you ask me? He cleans and he cooks, of course. But aboard a ship like the Herald, he also has the duty of recreating a little piece of the Protectorate for our dear passengers. Lest they forget they're still part of it.
I have little to no experience being a steward. I'd be glad if you could show me the ropes.
Unlike the work above deck, our job has less to do with ropes and more with silver spoons and plates. Don't forget your silver tongue either. No, time to get to business. This here is Danielle, my sous chef, and he has prepared luncheon for the passengers this morning.
Hello, Devon. Pleased to meet you.
So for your first task, would you be so kind as to serve Lady Tabitha and Senator Morton their grub in the dining saloon?
I'll do my best, Mr. Oberton. I'll make sure our guests are well looked after.
I'm sure you will, Devon. And please just call me Undra. Now, remember to return here after you're done so I can give you your next assignment.
The most prominent thing about the galley was its giant stove. 4 burners and 2 ovens. Quite lavish for a merchant ship. The most prominent thing about the traces of cornflour and butter covered the roller. The smell of butterscotch betrayed its recent use. Undra had made his special treats again. Several rolls made by Undra lay untouched on the cutting board. Most likely they were made with the finest grains from Capital Farms. It was a recipe for Undra's famous butterscotch treats. An entire drawer was devoted to cutlery. It was such a huge mess that I always dreaded opening it. The few herbs I could find in the galley were often dried and stale. Bruising them with the grinder usually helped to return some of their flavor. On the counter lay a giant hunk of prosciutto from the province of Italy. Like the people from that province, it's rather salty, but in a delightful way. Little bits of food were still stuck on the inside of the pan. It seemed like Danielle had been in a rush when he washed the dishes. Fresh produce was rare aboard the Herald, but carrots stay good for quite some time when kept high and dry. Alas, the galley did not provide such conditions. Potatoes need peeling to get rid of the dirt. Sadly, it wasn't Danielle's favorite job, so sand was a common ingredient in the stew. Rice from the colonies is a staple aboard Protectorate ships. It's easy to transport and high in energy, even though rice alone won't really nourish you. The dining tray contained the food for Lady Tabitha and Mr. Morton.
How despicable that the captain did not see this coming. It's just unbelievable.
You should stop worrying about everything, Uncle. Every time you frown like that, you get a new wrinkle.
I'm a man, Tabitha. Wrinkles give me character. And besides, I can't waste my time on silly things like that.
Why shouldn't a politician care about his appearance? Your line of work requires you to persuade others. A dashing appearance would surely give you an advantage.
Who said I didn't care about my appearance? Am I not dashing enough for you?
Well, you could try and follow the latest trends from the colonies. Colourful and less stern. More brisk.
I represent the Protectorate, my dear, not some exotic roadshow.
But what if I wanted to dress myself more like a member of an exotic roadshow? Would that be acceptable?
Now don't get any ideas, Tabitha. Your father...
Yes? My father... what?
Your father wouldn't approve, my dear.
Indeed. But father's not here. And why should you have the right to tell me what to do when he's not around?
Because I am your appointed guardian. That's why.
I'm a grown woman. Why would I have need of a chaperone? Times are changing, Uncle.
Enough now, dear. Say your prayers and eat before it gets cold.
Could you pass me the salt, please?
The lady wants salt on her food.
Now, Uncle, a little please wouldn't hurt.
Please, boy, the salt.
How much salt would please the lady?
I can do it myself. Thank you.
Tabitha, let the boy do his job. Good. I'd like some as well. Could you, boy?
As you wish, sir.
That's how I expect it to be done. Remember, a good servant is only there when needed. Any other time, he blends in with his surroundings. Now please leave us.
Danielle, is that you? Can you hand me the saucepan?
There was a saucepan on the worktop.
Oh, Devon! I didn't expect you back already. Say, were our honorable guests pleased with their meals?
The both of them will remember the excellent meal they are enjoying right now.
Splendid. Let's keep it that way, shall we? No time to dawdle, though. These meals here need to go to Officer Brunswick and Dr. Garrick. You can find them both in Brunswick's cabin. Oh, and keep an eye out for Daniel, will you? I don't know where he is, but he has a knack for dozing off on the job. Send him back here if you see him.
The most prominent thing about the galley... The tray contained the food for Officer Brunswick and Dr. Garrick.
I'm so... Why? Don't break.
How is he doing, Doctor?
He is tough, but the wound is deep. It's a clean wound, but it's hard to say what damage the bullet did when it went through him. I don't have the tools to operate out at sea.
Please, no, it's precious. Stop.
Shh, don't fight it, Rupert.
I have his meal here, Doctor.
It's unlikely he'll keep anything down in this state. I'll help him eat after I've administered his medicine.
Devon? Oh, Devon, is that you?
Officer, please, don't push yourself so much. You need to rest. Mr. Rensburg, get me my briefcase. I need...
Just tell me how Ian is doing.
You should really listen to the doctor, sir. You need to rest. I'll just put your soup here for you, so that you can sleep.
I'm not a fool. I know what you're doing. Just tell me already, where is Ian?
Ian is doing fine, Rupert. They locked him up for his own safety, and yours, of course.
Thank God he's safe, at least. Are they feeding him well? You should give him my food. Otherwise he...
Rupert, stop straining yourself. I don't want you...
Do it for me, Devon. The captain won't feed him well. Not after what he has done. Please,
Fetch me my briefcase, Mr. Rensburg. Now!
Let me out of bed!
No, you stay put. You're riling yourself up too much and need to calm down. Devon, quickly, a bottle of laudanum. It's in the front pocket of my medical kit.
There was a bandage in the bag. There was only one bottle of laudanum left in Garrick's bag, and even that was half empty.
Is this all, Mr. Rensburg? I had another full bottle of this with me.
Not that I could find, sir. Should I have another look?
No, I trust your eyes. Strange. I always take a few extra bottles with me on a long journey. Laudanum is a very common mixture of opium and alcohol. It's used for quite a few ailments. I can't have used them all up already.
What kind of ailments would you prescribe laudanum for?
A lot of things, from menstrual cramps to severed limbs. Depending on the dosage, it can be a very strong sedative. Well, if you would, keep an eye out for someone with a flushed face. Laudanum usually makes people blush a little. Now please leave us, Mr. Rensberg. The officer deserves some privacy when I administer his dose.
I wondered whether I should take the food to Ian or not. I took the dining tray to Ian. I needed to serve the food first. I needed to serve the food first. The door to the cargo hold had been locked shut. Even with a blue coat, I needed to serve the food first. I needed to serve the food. All the soap in... It was not uncommon to... I needed to serve the food first. I needed to serve the food. The cheapest of liquors is rum, and the Herald carried many barrels of it. A favourite among sailors, it was only allowed to be consumed at 1 tot a day, about 1/8 of an imperial pint. This part of the cargo hold was strictly off limits while at sea. I was told that if any of the heavy objects inside fell over, you could be crushed to death. There are no ropes on a sailing ship. There are halyards, downhauls, sheets, and stays. Well, except for those lying around without a purpose, those are just ropes.
What are you doing here?
I have some food for you. I know it's not much, but it's better than nothing.
Thanks, but I'm not hungry. I just... Damn it, Devon! Why did he not understand? I never wanted his pity, his poetry, his guidance, or any of his well-intended advice. I wanted none of it.
I understand where you are coming from, but I'm sure Brunswick meant well. He was just confused, as we all are sometimes.
He confused me as well, you know. I liked him at first, Devon, but he got too overbearing at times. Sometimes it felt like Brunswick wanted to be my father, or lover even. It scared me, and angered me. But I never wanted to kill him. Just the idea of him. No, that's just disgusting.
Well, it sounds like that didn't happen yet. So stop thinking about what might have been and pray for Brunswick's quick recovery. Because if his condition worsens, he will die, and then you really will be in trouble.
I really never meant for it to come this far. It just got too personal, and when he demanded I apologize for breaking the compass, I just snapped. I wanted to scare him. just so he would leave me alone for a while. I feel so ashamed. Please, leave me alone now, Devon.
Sometimes people get drunk and rowdy, or they just turn out to be criminals. The place on the Herald where these individuals were kept was called the Brig. The dining tray contained Ian's food. A locked box could contain literally anything. Sometimes I wondered what secrets some of them carried. Probably just more of the senator's junk, though. Because it tends to spoil fast, there's a limited supply of fresh water on a trip to the colonies. But grog, a mixture of water and rum, can be kept fresh for much longer. It was unusual for a box of indigo to be present on the trip towards the east. Either it had been forgotten, or it had some use in ship maintenance.
Ah, Devon, you're right on time to help Danielle with dinner for the crew. Are you a good cook?
As if anybody can make a decent meal in this kitchen.
Golly, Danielle. You are on a ship, remember?
Really? I almost forgot. I was wondering where all the water came from.
Yes, you are still quite wet behind the ears. Now, boys, the water is cooking, and I expect you to make me proud while I clean and set the table. So get a move on and make me a nice stew.
So, Devon, ready to learn how to work miracles?
I am quite eager to learn anything new. Do tell me what I need to know.
Well, it's less than scraps that we have to deal with here. I saw a few sacks of rice, a bag of potatoes, and a pot of barley. There's also some dried meat and fish on the hooks. And maybe we can do something with those old carrots. They are getting moldy.
Oh, that sounds really bad. No wonder we're getting the same plain dishes every day.
It's not just bad, it's horrible. Where I come from, it's a crime to prepare dinner without a single piece of fresh produce.
Where are you from, then?
It's a long story, and I'd rather not tell.
Why not? Did something bad happen?
No. Well, yes, but I'd really rather not talk about it. Oh, right. We need a good hearty base for our stew. Could you find me either a bunch of potatoes or a pound of barley? No rice, please. I really hate rice.
It was a sack of potatoes.
Potatoes, huh? You have good taste. Hey, Devon, that protectorate blue. It really looks too good on you. I mean, why does the captain like you so much?
I don't really know. Do you think he does?
Well, obviously, but I have heard about what happened with Ian up on deck. I just never expected the captain to reward you for that.
It wasn't really a reward. The captain just needs someone to keep the passengers content.
I thought so. Not to be rude, but you don't seem to be a perfect fit for a career in the merchant navy. You do look like a good servant, though. The captain must believe that having a steward to preserve some form of etiquette will help keep Morton at bay.
Why would the captain be afraid of Mr. Morton?
Afraid? I don't think so. Our captain just plays along with Morton's game. He moved a pawn, and that pawn is you. Remember that the senator is a powerful man, Devon. I heard he's the brother-in-law of Jonathan Vesey, the regent of the Eastern Colonies. Even though I don't really like protectorate officials, it is in our best interest to keep him happy. Now, will you please get me some fish or meat for this stew?
It was a cured fish. It was a slice of cured meat.
The salty smell of cured meat. It will go well with some ground chili peppers. You probably love spicy food, right, Devon?
Even a dash of pepper freshens up most bland protectorate-made dishes. Good chili peppers do wonders.
Well, it's a shame then that we don't have any aboard the HLV Herald. They would have made this dish a lot more edible.
Is there something wrong with you? You're acting a little strange.
I'm just being a bit sentimental, Devon. Sometimes you suddenly realize that you dearly miss something you left behind. It can be as small as the taste of a tomato salsa prepared with fresh Malagueta peppers. But sometimes it's about other, more significant things.
I think I understand what you're going through. It must be hard to be at sea, always far away from your family.
The peppers grew in my garden, Devon. Every day of summer, a girl I knew would pick the ripe ones at noon, and I would watch her while she did.
Who was she?
Charlize was the property of my father's estate. But there, in that garden, she was free, Devon, singing a song while she picked the Malaguetas one by one. When we were together, I completely forgot why I was there and what she really was. A slave girl, forbidden fruit.
What happened next?
I became reckless. After numerous hot-blooded encounters behind a particularly beautiful pepper plant, I one day dared to brag about my exploits to my friends. When father found out, he said I had besmirched our family name, and worse, that of my fiancée. I felt ashamed. I never dared to face Charlize again.
You had a fiancé?
No, I got a fiancée handed to me. I could never love a woman like her, the wretched monster that she is. When the rumors finally reached the ears of my betrothed, her parents made sure Charlize disappeared. I couldn't do anything to stop them. I was asleep when they stormed the Senzala, took Charlize out of her bed, and hanged her from a tree in our garden. I never had a chance to apologize.
I'm so sorry. It must have been terrible for you.
Well, the stew is done. Go serve the crew on the twin deck. I'll be right there.
So, what you cooked up for us tonight, Undra? Another disappointment?
You alone bring enough of that to the table, Caleb. Besides, I wasn't the one cooking tonight.
If you were not cooking, Undra, who was?
Danielle, together with Devon here, made a fine stew for us.
You trust your kitchen to Ransburg?
Galley, Caleb. And yes, I do.
Well, it can't be worse than your tasteless grub now, can it?
Coming from you, I take that as a compliment.
I'm starving. Fill my bowl right up, Devon. It'd better be good.
Oh my, taters and nice big chunks of meat. Your boys have taste, Undra.
If salty is to your liking. Say, didn't we have the same yesterday? Whose recipe is this anyway?
I picked the ingredients, so you could say it is my recipe.
Well, I think you did great for a first time, Devon.
Hey, I made the broth and stirred the pot. Don't pretend that's not important.
I knew we were missing someone. What are you sneaking around the deck for all the time?
You were back there? Did you hear any strange sounds? I heard some eerie noises last night from the direction of the cargo hold.
What are you talking about, Rob? The cargo hold is locked while we're at sea. No one can enter till we make port.
But, Bosun, I've heard it as well.
Ludlow? Where did...
It was just a few nights back. I was walking to my cabin, and suddenly the air around me went icy cold. Then, out of nowhere, comes this ghostly tune, mesmerizing me as I walk across the tween deck. Before I know it, darkness creeps over me. The next thing I remember was waking up in the crow's nest at 3 in the morning.
When I heard it, I could swear there was singing too. We're all doomed, Bosun.
It's a ship. It makes sounds at night.
Show some backbone, Rob. Do you really believe in fairy tales about sirens and mermaids luring men into their arms?
but someone or something made that music.
A hideous woman with razor-sharp teeth and a pale, dead face.
Well, that's good to know, right, Caleb? Even you might have a chance with this girl.
Bah, I don't need no woman. Women only bring bad luck to sailors like us.
Like us? You and I are not in any way alike, Caleb.
I wasn't talking about you, hash slinger. Since when are you a sailor?
Hold your tongue, snake.
Your
And
mother
here we
didn't
go
teach you to show
again.
some respect to your superiors?
You, my superior? I think not.
I own you, Andra. You and the likes of you are in my pocket.
I warn you, Caleb, don't push me.
I take back what I said. A hash slinger can cook.
Why do they always have to fight?
It's because they're both idiots, Devon.
Officer, why are you here anyway? Are you not eating with the captain tonight?
With the senator as his guest, I'm afraid I will have to eat on my own for a while. But now I need to speak with Devon. In private. Good. We're finally alone. So, have you heard anything of interest today? Did any of the passengers bear their secrets to you while they stuffed their faces?
The physician tending to Officer Brunswick is missing a bottle of laudanum.
Garrick is old. He forgets things all the time. I wouldn't worry about that. Anything else?
Some of the crew really seem to think that the Herald is haunted.
They believe that hogwash now? You are joking, right?
No, I think that because of you, some of the men are actually afraid now.
And they call themselves men? What a joke. Well, it's getting late already, and I have a job for you. The captain is preparing himself for his late-night tea with Senator Morton in the captain's cabin. It's a friendly thing they do every other day. As you are the new steward, the captain has asked you to serve them.
You set this up, didn't you? I'm supposed to be eavesdropping on their conversation to find out what they are discussing.
Exactly. You're a quick learner, Devon. Now, make sure you find some way to stall for time while they discuss important matters. It is vital that they forget your presence so that you may listen long enough to discover what they are talking about. Sounds like a good plan, right?
It's a plan, but I'm not sure about it yet.
Well, you don't really have a choice. They're the captain's orders, after all. Go on then. They're waiting for you in the captain's cabin.
It is good to have you here, Mr. Morton. Now, as per your request, I have appointed one of the crew to the position of steward. I'd like you to meet Mr. Davin Rensburg. Perhaps you have noticed some of his work today?
No, I don't think I have. What does he do? Ah, this boy. Well, he seems to know how to be invisible, and that's the most important skill of a steward, if you ask me.
He is right, you know. Now fetch us some tea, Devon, with a soothing splash of brandy, please. I keep a flask of eau de vie in the cupboard behind the stairs. My apologies. It really is all very new to him. Now, what is it that you'd like to talk to me about, Lewis?
Nothing in particular. I just wanted to check on you, see if you needed any help or perhaps moral support. I mean, with our dear Mr. Brunswick injured by that crazy cabin boy, you must be quite shocked.
Oh, I am. Thank God Rupert is still alive.
But for how long? Do you know if we can do without his skills?
Rupert has been a dear friend for many years. I know we can't lose him. I can't lose him.
We have a long journey ahead of us, Cornelius, and I am afraid his condition is deteriorating. Will we make it to the colony in time without his proper guidance?
Well, we're lucky that Rupert left his notes. They were enough to determine our course for the moment. If not for that, we would be hopelessly adrift.
I realized that if I acted busy, they might keep talking as if I weren't there, if I dared to keep them waiting.
I know how much you've done for the Protectorate and its cause, but if this affair delays us, I'm afraid your career might be in jeopardy.
I do understand your concern, but I am well aware of the importance of this mission. I could do without you constantly reminding me.
I am not pressuring you, Cornelius, don't worry. I'm only concerned.
And so am I, Lewis. How's your niece doing, by the way? Has she accustomed to life at sea?
I think the sea breeze had her a bit on edge the past few days. She's trying to push my buttons all the time. Sometimes it's hard to admit, but Tabitha frequently reminds me of her aunt. She's got the same feisty way of talking. Quite unladylike, but undeniably charming.
I wondered what else they might have to say.
Ah, delightful. And don't be sparing with the brandy, Rensburg. Now, get yourself to bed. I expect you to bring me my breakfast in the morning.
Devon! Oh, Devon, thank God you are still awake. Everybody is calling me a fool, but you'll believe me, right?
What are you talking about, Rob? Believe what?
The siren! She's back again. I've heard her song, trying to snare me in the darkness. The she-devil wants my soul.
What did her song sound like?
How do I describe it? It was mesmerizing, really. Eerie sounds of a tinkling song, without words. She's on the 'tween deck right now. Please take a look for me, Devon. Prove to the others that I'm not lying.
My first vow is to never bow for the hurt and pain which cannot break me. Fire and flame, thunderstorm or rain, it is not enough to change my view. It's never been so strong, the fear that I don't belong. It's brought me to doing wrong, the fear that I don't belong. Second vow, not to weep about all the ways in which you betrayed me, for I know that I'm wanted, so little reason to stay with you. It's never been so strong, the fear that I don't belong. It's brought me to doing wrong, the fear that I don't belong. Final vow Don't you think so?
I don't know, miss. What's wrong with it? Seemed all right.
Well, this thing is so horribly tuned, it sounds like a drowning cat. Oh, it's you! We haven't been properly introduced yet. I'm Tabitha Vesey. Nice to meet you. Devon Rensburg, was it?
Yes, but Devon will do, Lady Tabitha.
I've heard all about your heroic actions with the insane boy. That was very brave of you, Devon.
I don't feel like a hero. The boy's locked up now, and I feel sorry for him.
I am sure you did everything you could to protect us from harm. For that, we owe you our deepest gratitude. What was that?
Mice, probably. I'll warn the cook about them. Those pests could ruin our supplies.
Strange. When my uncle left for tea with the captain, I could swear I heard a howl of some sort. I figured it was the wind going through the piano, since the cover was partially open when I got here.
You seem distressed. Would it calm you if I took a look between the furniture?
No, please, stay here. I like your company. Quite a lot more than my Uncle Lewis's. Don't get me wrong, but being around him the entire day can be pretty frustrating. He's so imperious and self-indulgent. It drives me mad. I'm sorry, Devon. I just wish I could be self-indulgent too. At least sometimes.
I understand. I'm sorry to hear your uncle is so restrictive.
It's not really fair of me to blame it all on my uncle. We're all going through some rough patches right now. My family, that is. But I shan't bother you with my troubles. Sleep well, Devon Rensburg, and thank you for your company.
In the corner of the gun deck stood a piano. It was a truly stunning one, made by a Viennese woodworker. Few people owned one of these, even in the capital. The door to the cargo hold.
And? Did you find the siren?
Don't worry. It was only the air breezing through the senator's piano. Someone hadn't closed the lid properly.
What? Really? Oh, I'm such a fool. Thank you, Devon. Thank you for checking that out. Oh, and my apologies for keeping you awake.
Even the grinding wheel couldn't sharpen some of the dullest blades aboard this ship. It was getting late, so I called it a night.
Psst! Devon! Devon, wake up! You are the only one I can trust with this!
What? What do you need me for? It's the middle of the night.
You need to come with me right now. I wouldn't wake you up if it wasn't important.
Fine. Just let me get out of bed.
Hurry up! I'll explain in Caleb's workshop. Listen to me, Devon. There is something in the galley. Something that's not supposed to be there.
What do you mean, something? Are you sure it's not Undra?
Does Undra often sound like a cat in heat at this hour? No? I thought not. I was turning the winch when I heard this faint wailing sound coming from the grate next to it. I had decided it was probably the wind when I suddenly heard it again while I was inspecting the bilge pump. But this time I saw something walk across the 'tween deck too.
What is it that you need me for, specifically? Can't you just check it out yourself?
Devon, I went down there and saw something going into the galley. Sailors aren't supposed to go in there at night, myself included. I woke you up because, as a steward, you are allowed inside. You can go in without getting either of us in trouble. So let's go.
It was too dark to see anything. I needed a lantern.
And? Did you find anything?
I need a lantern. Do you know where I can get one?
There's a spare lantern in the crew's quarters, but you might need to refill its oil supply.
There was a lamp in the crew's quarters. I just needed some oil to refill it. Boxes big and small were... I imagined Haywood's. You could expect to find some. There was an oil tin in the drawer. I used it to refill the lamp. I once caught a drunken sailor trying to brew beer from the barley in the galley. "If only I had more time, Emma," he said to me. The cupboard was a mess. Someone had rummaged through it quite recently and left a trail of crumbs. It was a recipe for Undra's famous. An entire drawer was devoted. The crumbs led out of the galley onto the gun deck. Robert Stockson didn't pay as much as. I wondered where the crumbs would lead me. Sometimes people get drunk and rowdy. It seemed that many of Lewis. The crumbs were leading me to the other side of the gun deck. A particularly large painting was carefully. Empire-style sofas seemed to be all the rage in the capital. The bulky and decadent design didn't make it hard to guess where the style originated, the province of France. The gun deck was littered with all kinds of boxes that contained. The crumbs led to a box among Senator Morton's furniture. Oh my! Ludlow, look at that!
It's a little girl. But who is she, and what is she doing here? Do you think we should wake her up?
No, we should let her sleep and go straight to the captain. She might be a little girl, but she's still a stowaway.
The captain? That's not necessary, is it? I mean, let's first ask her where she's from.
No, please, don't wake her. She's only just fallen asleep.
Huh? Lady Tabitha? Excuse me, miss, but do you by chance know this girl?
No, I don't, but... Well, maybe I do. A little. It was a few nights back. I was stretching my legs when I found her hiding underneath the piano. She was sobbing and I tried to comfort her, but I couldn't really figure out how she got here.
Why not?
Because she doesn't say a word. She's been silent for as long as I've been with her. She likes music. That is all I know.
That's why you've been playing the piano at night?
Yes. I hope it didn't cause you too much trouble. I wasn't sure it was a good idea to tell anyone about her. I didn't want to stir something up, not after what had happened with the cabin boy.
You were right not to trust anyone. In my experience, the Protectorate handles stowaways quite harshly. Corporal punishment has only recently been banned for petty crimes, but trespassing, that is still a capital offense.
But they wouldn't beat a girl, would they?
I've seen it happen with boys. Why are girls any different?
Punishment or not, if my uncle found out there was a stowaway on board, it would disgrace the captain. I don't want to be responsible for that.
But what should we do then? She can't stay here. Not in that box.
Can't Officer Ludlow take the girl to his cabin for the night? That way, we buy ourselves some time to discuss a solution tomorrow morning.
Good idea. She can enjoy a nice warm bed. To think, she must have slept in this box for over a week now.
The girl doesn't know it yet, but I think she's extremely lucky to have met you. Good night, Officer Ludlow. See you at breakfast, Devon.
Aye. What are you doing?
Just give me 5 minutes, Undra. I'll be right there.
Danielle, you know it's your job to collect the eggs from the coops.
I'm on my way already. Just...
How do you expect me to serve breakfast like this? By the time you are finished, it'll be time for luncheon.
Scarumba!
What?
Stop bossing me around. Let someone else do it for once, okay?
Devon, stop staring and get to the kitchen right now.
I'll be on my way, sir.
Good. There's a pot of tea in the galley waiting to be served to Mr. Morton and his niece. Get to it, boy.
The dining tray contained tea for the passengers.
Good morning, Devon. How are you?
Good mor...
Ah, tut-tut. Good. You're a quick learner. Now pour me a cup.
Uncle?
Just something between Mr. Rensburg and I. Now tell me, are you feeling well, my dear?
Excuse me, Uncle?
Last night you were out of bed, Tabitha. Can you please explain to me what you were doing at 3 in the morning?
I was just...
Go on. I'm just concerned about what you left the cabin for.
I had to go and empty the chamber pot. Oh, I am so embarrassed, Uncle. You cannot ask a lady to speak such a thing in the presence of a servant.
Of course. The chamber pot. Then why did I find this kerchief on my piano this morning?
That is not mine, Uncle. I have no idea whom that belongs to.
I've heard rumors of someone playing on my piano at night. But you were in our cabin most of the time, weren't you?
Yes, Uncle, I was. Reading. The Cry of the Children by Elizabeth Browning is truly splendid poetry.
Drivel, my dear. So you would have me believe there's a sailor missing his frilly hanky?
I am saying it might very well be the silk of a sailor's wife, Uncle. It can get very lonely when you are away from your beloved. And, as they say, music comforts the soul.
Very well. I shall give this to the captain tonight. Let him sort it out.
Good.
Oh, and if you, by any chance, want to play the piano sometime, by all means, do ask. I would love to hear you play, Tabitha.
Thank you, Uncle.
Don't mention it.
Uncle, my cup. It's chipped. It hurts my lips when I sip from it.
Sip from the other side, my dear.
My left hand is weak. I can't hold a cup like that. Besides, it's entirely against etiquette. Steward, take this one back to the kitchen and bring me a cup in pristine condition.
Tabitha had slipped a tiny note underneath her cup, asking me to meet her on the weather deck later.
I see you got my message. Just pretend you are fanning me with that.
Are you sure? It's freezing.
I know. Just do as I say. It looks better that way. My uncle is not a man who'd sit idly for more than a minute or two, so I figured we could only meet if I pretended to read here. In case he walks by, we just tell him that you were making sure I was well cared for.
Right, I'll do my best to avoid drawing attention. Now, what should we do with the girl?
Remember that my uncle found a handkerchief? Well, it's not mine. I'm sure it belongs to the girl. I've seen her holding it a couple of times.
You need to get it back. You and your uncle share a cabin, right? You could take it from him when he's asleep.
Not possible, Devon. He even noticed me leaving the cabin last night. I need some sort of distraction if I want to do something like that.
What do you want me to do then?
Tell the captain. I am sure he is reasonable. It's the only way we can avoid conflict.
Then we have no other choice.
It is better for all of us if the captain knows about this. He will take... What is that?
Rendsburg! It's coming straight at us! I need all the passengers to go to the deck house.
Captain Hendricks, have you seen my uncle?
In your cabin, Lady Tabitha. Go to him and take him to the dining saloon right away. It's safer there.
I'll be on my way.
Be careful when you take the stairs. They might be slippery. Rendsburg, have you seen Ludlow?
It's not his shift, so he's probably in his cabin.
I need Ludlow, Rendsburg. Go get him, now. If there's anyone still below deck, get them to go to the dining saloon immediately. Unless it's a sailor, then I want them to report to me. That's an order.
Ludlow seemed to have sealed the hole in the wall after I had spied on him through it. Ludlow's room was a bit of a mess. I wondered what had happened there. There was a necklace inside Ludlow's desk. It seemed to be a colonial design. While going through Ludlow's room, I discovered several of Gerrig's missing laudanum bottles, all empty. I wanted to ask Ludlow before jumping to conclusions, but it was hard to not think the worst. The box was thrown on the floor.
Oh, thank God you're here, Mr. Rendsburg.
You need to go to the dining saloon, Doctor. It's dangerous to stay here.
Please, Devon, it will only take a few minutes. Brunswick's wound is suppurating, and his body temperature is very unstable. Someone has to hold him down, while I'll drain the pus. The officer's life is at stake.
I'll do whatever I can to help, but you have to go to the dining saloon when we're done.
It all depends on whether or not we do our job right. If we fail, I don't know if I can leave him behind. But let's hurry up. There's no time to lose. I tied his legs together with my belt, but you have to press his shoulders and arms down so he can make sudden movements while I'll drain the purse. Are you ready, Mr. Rensburg?
Yes, Doctor. Let's get on with it.
That's the spirit. Now listen to me, Rensburg. After I drain the pus, I will have to cut away the dead tissue as well to properly clean the wound. Please hand me the tools I need when I ask for them. I'll put them on the stool next to you. Listen carefully, Devon, and it should be very easy. Whenever I ask you for one of my tools, you will have to hand it to me. And please, don't mess up by giving me the wrong one. I need to focus. Ready now? Here we go. First, I need the syringe to drain the pus from the wound. So hand me the syringe, Devon.
I had to decide if this was the right tool.
Good, that should do it. Now I need you to give me the scalpel, so I can cut away the dead tissue.
I wondered if this was the right tool.
I need to sew the wound shut now. Can you hand me the needle and thread?
Gehrig wanted one of his tools.
Don't forget to sterilize the needle by holding it in the candle flame for a few seconds.
There was a candle on the stool.
All done. Now, hand me the bandage so we can finish the job.
It was one of Gehrig's tools.
Brilliant, Devon. This went a lot better than I had expected. Well, Mr. Rensburg, it seems Ian didn't hit any vital organs when he shot Brunswick. But the wound is deep and has started to infect quite badly. I'm not sure if I can leave him unattended for long, and we honestly can't get him out of bed now.
I understand this is very important, sir. You should stay and take care of Officer Brunswick.
You're a godsend, Rensburg. I really appreciate your help.
Are you saying I'm blind? I know what you're up to, Ludlow.
Of course you do, Haywood.
I'm serious. When are you going to learn to keep to yourself?
I was just...
No excuses.
Both of you, quit bickering! There's a storm coming and the captain wants everyone on the main deck.
Not before Ludlow tells me what he was doing, rifling through my drawers.
I just wanted to know if you had any nuts.
Can you believe this man, Rensburg? It must be that time of the month again.
Fine, fine. I'm sorry. I was just looking for a wrench to...
The wrenches are on the wall. You tell me I'm the one who's blind.
We have reason to believe there's a stowaway aboard the Herald. Ludlow was just doing a routine search of the ship.
Devon, why are you...
A stowaway? Why were you going through my drawers then?
I don't know. I just...
You're nothing but a thief and a liar, Ludlow.
Come, Ludlow. It's no use staying here.
Fine, leave. See if I care.
Oh, Devon, what's going on? Everything's moving.
Get to the dining saloon, Rob. You're safer there.
Devon, we're in trouble now.
Ludlow, where is the girl?
The girl. Yes, the girl. She...
Ah! Ouch.
Are you all right, Lady Tabitha?
I'm fine. Just a scratch. But I can't find my uncle anywhere. He wasn't in our cabin.
I lost the girl too. I don't know where she is. One moment she was standing right next to me, and the next...
You what? She could seriously hurt herself, officer. What if she fell overboard?
It's not like I lost the girl on purpose. I had a stomach ache this morning and was distracted when she suddenly ran for it.
Doesn't matter. We need to find the girl and Mr.
That came from below. Let's take the stairs.
Oh, God. My little girl, are you all right? Please don't cry. I'll get you out of here.
He went through that door, Ludlow. He's got a key to the cargo hold.
Who are you talking about, Ian?
The Senator, Lewis Morton.
What is going on in here?
We were looking for you, sir. There's a storm underway and you're in danger down here.
The storm can wait. Who is this girl and what is she doing aboard this ship?
She's just lost, sir. She's all alone and I won't let her come to harm.
Elisa! Minha menina, you are safe. I was so worried.
Danielle?
Who are you and what do you think you are doing?
The Senator has a point. Explain yourself, Danielle.
I can't hide it from you much longer anyway.
Hide what, exactly?
The girl, her name is Elisa, and she's my daughter.
Mr. Barris. I trusted you. Even as someone from the Kingdom of Brazil, I held to believe that you had changed your ways.
So, you know where I'm from?
Your accent betrayed you. Although I have to admit, if Mr. Roberter hadn't told me about his suspicions, I would not have been convinced.
Why was I not arrested then?
All refugees to the free world are welcomed by the Protectorate and its allies. Your heritage is not a crime, but human trafficking is.
She is his daughter, sir.
Doesn't matter, officer. This man smuggled a human being aboard a government-chartered ship with immeasurable danger to her safety. Harboring a stowaway is a capital offense.
That it is, and therefore I'm taking appropriate measures. Mr. Barris, you will stay under strict surveillance until we arrive in the eastern colonies. There you will be delivered to the authorities in waiting for your trial.
Excuse me, Cornelis?
He poses no danger, Lewis, and I need my crew. Please let the authorities handle this.
You are the authority on this ship. I am an authority on this ship. We sentence him here, right now.
That cannot be legal, sir.
It is entirely legal for us to carry out a punishment that is permitted by law.
And who verifies what is lawful?
On the Herald, that would be me.
Please, Senator. Daniel and his daughter have suffered enough.
Be quiet, Mr. Rensburg.
The crime in question mandates a flogging by whip.
You can't do this!
The whip's been banned in the capital, sir. The ship doesn't even carry a whip anymore.
We are not in the capital anymore, officer. And may I remind you that our captain is a collector of exotic weaponry?
There must be another way, sir.
Indeed there is. The captain has a rattan cane, an object often used in the eastern colonies to flog criminals. It would be an excellent choice in this case.
You want me to get a rattan? Fair enough. If they do it in the colonies, why can't we?
Because we are better than that, Captain. That's why.
Ludlow is right, sir. This is wrong, and we should not do it.
I cannot let this slide, Ludlow. Punishment is entirely justified here.
This has taken long enough. The captain has every right to punish Mr. Barris for his crimes. Take Mr. Barris to the weather deck, officer.
Senator, please. I beg you to listen to me. Daniel merely protected his daughter, sir. What would you do?
I wouldn't lie. Besides, I have no daughter.
But what if it was your wife that had died, just like Danielle's love? What if you had a daughter together, and she was the only thing you had left of her? Wouldn't you do everything for the child to make up for the loss of your wife?
That's enough, Stuart.
Mr. Rensburg, I heard rumors that you were an illegitimate child in search of your roots. That alone is supposedly the reason you travel to the eastern colonies. Do you like it when other people talk about your private life behind your back? I thought not. Truly, I find it repulsive that you bring my late wife into this matter. But you're right. I would do anything to make up for the loss of my Eleanor, even if that meant breaking the law. Take Mr. Barris to the brig, Officer Ludlow. The flogging is off.
Thank you so much, Senator. And you too, Devon. Please, take care of Elisa for me. She has a little handkerchief. Whenever she cries, just give that to her. It was her mother's.
Oh, the kerchief was hers. Such a pity that I dropped it in the ocean this morning.
Trying to protect his daughter, Danielle had brought himself into harm's way. Powerless and broken, he was locked up in the brig with Ian. Although the mystery of the girl was now solved, another question quickly arose. For what had Senator Morton been doing in the cargo hold during the storm?
You stood up to the senator? And I am to believe you made him feel sorry for his actions? Well, next you'll be telling me you met a mermaid.
It worked because I confronted him with himself. He had very little choice but to give in.
Spoken like a true diplomat. Exactly what I need. Are you willing to prove yourself to me, Devon?
What do you mean? Prove myself how?
Answer me. Did you or did you not rummage through my strongbox while I was away?
Yes, I did.
Did you read the articles?
Yes, I read a newspaper clipping.
Good. Then you also know what they did to my husband, to my family.
But who are you then?
No, I was a queen. Once. The Protectorate took my kingdom from me by murdering my husband, the Raja of Mishra.
I thought the death of the Raja was an accident, like the clipping said.
The Protectorate made it all look like an accident. But I knew it was murder from the moment I was informed of my husband's death. For I have only daughters. Without a legitimate heir, the doctrine of lapse made sure that the rule of our entire state would fall to the Protectorate.
I'd have expected you to put up a fight.
Oh, we did. And paid a high price for it. When I refused to leave my people, Protectorate forces marched on the palace. They butchered almost all of my household staff, the Raja's second and third wives, even some of my daughters that didn't want to flee with me. I left them, Devon. I left my children to die.
What are these? Candelabra? The sea seems endless.
My ancestors made these murals. They tell stories of a resilient people that lived off the land, a people that overcame many hardships, even in their darkest hours. The stories used to instill in me a sense of hope for our future. But I am losing faith, Devon.
I am sorry that you have lost so much.
Look around. We are surrounded by the corpse of a culture that once flourished in this region. Your mother was once part of that culture, a culture which carried a long and proud tradition that is no more. It is the Protectorate that made it so. The Lord Protector stole our colors, bagged them, and shipped them off afar. And now the cockerel is brandishing our plucked feathers right under my nose, taunting me in the hope that I lash out. As tempting as it may be, my people can't afford that. I don't want to legitimize him wiping us from history. I don't want to grant him that pleasure. I'm losing hope, Devon, and what last opportunity I have left now rests in the hands of a few in whom I've placed my trust. I'd like you to meet one of them. In fact, you have met before. This is my daughter, Ashna.
Hello, Devon. It's good to see you've recovered.